Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hello, hello, hello. My name is Harriet Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and as I noticed in the last 5 seconds, completely missing my stylus pen. Oh dear. How is everyone doing today? How has Tuesday been treating you so far? Hi. I am just poking around looking for that stylus before I completely lose what's left of my brain. Oh my word. Oh, how do I lose that in like 5 seconds just for watching? You can fact nothing in my pocket. Oh, this is pathetic. Where is my brain? Where is my brain? Clearly it's with my stylus and completely missing. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Nice job, Harriet. Hi, Toaster. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, my word. Let me see if I can find this thing. I feel really stupid right now. Really stupid. But it's fine. I will find it. If it was my phone, I'd give it a call. But hey, I can't do that. Doing decent enough? Doing decent is better than being in survival mode, I guess. So, congratulations on doing decent. Did it fall and roll under something? You just break down here? Yep, it fell. It fell. Found ya! Found ya! Ha 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 ha! Victory! Victory, victory. Wahaha! Lovely. Okay, so, crises averted. Oh my word. Wow, that is a lot of cat fluff that it had rolled into. Wow. Ugh. He's okay. He's okay. He's okay. Yay, no crisis! Yes. Yes. No crisis any longer. It has been contained. Joy. So, how goes? How goes? How goes? Today is day 6 of Donathon. We are just under a third of the way to our ability to get a replacement graphics tablet so I can keep doing my day job. So thank you guys once again for that. Just a reminder for anyone who is coming in now or only seeing this for the first time or in the VOD squad. And basically, the commissions cover my daily expenses, but anything that happens in the Donathon, it goes through a separate account for the graphics tablet. So it's a thing. I saw a thing that said Dono and I thought, oh, what's this? Ew! Thank you! Thank you for dropping by for the Donathon, I appreciate it. We have some cool goals that are coming. I have been practicing a couple of things in anticipation of reaching one of the goals. And I've been practicing a couple of other things as well, which is part of why I'm running a little bit late today, but it's fine. IRL world has been a little bit chaotic the last few days, so things have been a bit of a blur between my ears outside of stream time. But we are here, and we are mostly intact. And what we're going to be working on today is we're going to be working on a new VTuber model for Heoteo, who is one of our regular supporters here on the channel in terms of raids and bringing in people. So big thank yous to Teo, as always. And we are going to be working on a new model for Teo. Oh yeah, new VTuber model? Yes. We're working on a new model for Teo, and let us dive right into that so that we can look properly. So this is going to be War Queen Teo model. It's going to be fun. We have got to do facial work today, so I did a bunch of concept work on the rest of it. We've still got to do a sketch for an asymmetrical posture, which we're going to be putting together. So that's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting. And we're going to have to make some bespoke parts for that as well, and that's going to be a little bit cool. But what we have so far, if I just switch all of these on and hide our source render, this is what we've got already rendered out. So a lot already down, but a lot of layers obviously still to build. For today, we're working on facial stuff. Must not stray from wholesomeness upon seeing model. Oh, yes, the wholesomeness will stay. That's why I make sure to keep working on body art layers off stream. Yeah, don't want to get bonked. Because being bonked for that is a known thing, unfortunately. But yeah, we're going to be working on face for Teo today. Late in yesterday's stream, we put irises in place, and the amazingly oversized pupils are so that they can be reactive to physics. So a whole bunch of what we're going to be working on is going to be a little bit weird looking and a little bit nightmare fuelish, entirely because we want to have more to work with rather than less for when we do the rigging. All I can say is spicy. Yes, the spice is there, the spice is there. I've never worked on such a frilly design before, frankly. I mean, there's frills. I don't do frills. I'm so glad that there are custom brushes available in Clip Studio that made that so much easier. We've got frills, we've got filigree, we've got sparkles. The sparkles are gonna be able to move like this. I mean, just look at these sparkles. Just look at how they move. Nope, wrong layer. The sparkles are on. Yeah, the sparkles move. Yes, the frills, that's what I'm looking at. Yes, of course that's what you're looking at. The sparkles are totally what you're looking at. We know. We understand. But yes, today we're working on face. Today we're working on face. Today we're working on the face. So, what I think what we're gonna do is open up with working on the nose. Let's start with that. So we're going to have a folder, call this one nose. And first thing first, we're going to make 1, 2, 3, 4 layers. Yes, the first one is going to be nose shadow. Second one is going to be nose highlight. Third one is going to be nose line low. Fourth one is going to be nose line up. And then the fifth one is going to be nose head turn guide. Okay, and let's start with the head turn guide. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab red, come over here, and grab this. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically put this on the top layer here. Hide the eyes for a moment. And this is just going to be a guide that we're going to pour into the rig in Live 2D so that when I actually place my lines, we can actually see what shapes we want to include. So these are going to be deleted later, but they're going to be useful. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to go nose line up. Give ourselves basically the same length as what we're going to need here. And just carve this down. And when we go into the rig and actually do the center view, what will happen is that we're going to actually just shrink that down. Same with the bottom line. So yeah, face layers can be a little bit cursed in the pre-rig mode. And that's before we take mouth into consideration. But that's fine. We'll get there. We'll get there. And now here, what we're going to do is we're going to start with the nose shadow. And we're going to create a teardrop. And wait, before we do that, we first need to make sure that we lock the opacity before we start filling this in. And what we're going to do here is we're going to make this symmetrical thing, and then depending on which way the head turns, we'll have the shadow always go to the rear side of the head turn. And I'll make that work in the rig. And then in the highlight, we've got to do something similar. What we're going to do is we're just going to grab this and just get our guides again. Hide the shadow here. And something like that will do. Okay. Now I just want to grab our source color here and make sure that I add that to our swatch. Okay, because we're definitely going to be needing that color again in the future. Switch on our ruler again, come back to the face, hide our source information, come to highlight and fill. Then we're going to also just soften the top, hide our head turn guide, hide our center line. Okay, so it's not going to look like that in practice. It's not going to look like that in practice, but it gives us what we need to work with. Okay. Like I say, when we're doing the layers for a facial construction, it looks a little bit cursed, but it works. Okay. Then the next thing that we're going to want to apply here is going to probably be our cheek markings, I think. Yes. So let's just make sure that I've got the correct color swatched. Yes. So let's hide our source here. Come to this and let's just see what I want to do here. Is I want to add a layer on top and call this one cheek markings. Okay, and what we're going to do is we're going to put them extending outside of the cheek so that they won't have to stretch really for the side that comes forward when we're doing the head turns as well, because otherwise it's going to have weird pixelation madness going on. So basically always plan for the part where the part is, plan for the shape to be in such where it looks at its biggest point. I find that's the easiest way to prepare for the rig. And I do not like that shape at all. Let's continue carving at this until we get it to look right and pull this down. Hide the nose for a bit. Still not happy. This brush is not behaving the way that I want it to. Why? Because my control is going all over the show. Okay. Still not quite there. I want this to be a little bit more curved on that edge. Okay, I am happier with that. Now let's just check that I haven't got any artifacts or gaps. Okay, I'm not seeing any hidden marching ants. Okay, there we go. Phoenix, are you able to draw mechas? If I've got good references, yes. I am not scared of attempting mecha. I am not scared of attempting it. I just want to make sure that I've got good references. I would gladly attempt it though. I wouldn't say that I have the most experience in designing them per se. But it is on the list of things that I definitely do want to improve on, is mech design. I have attempted it before, but I didn't really have much of an aesthetic idea that I was really trying to capture. So I didn't really have a solid aesthetic that I was trying to match, and therefore it was a little bit tricky trying to get shapes to make form and function talk to each other. But that's a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. About to start working, so maybe I can commission you soon. Oh, awesome! Looking forward to it, looking forward to it. Yeah, I think drawing mecha will be a nice change of pace. I haven't drawn mecha for a while. I think the last time I drew mecha was... I suppose it is. I suppose the mechanical hand that I did with about 2 years ago now counts. It was about 2 years ago now, yeah. Scary how that time just flies. Now that I think about it... Wait. I'm not ending, but I'm pretty sure that this... it's vehicle, it doesn't quite count. Vehicle doesn't quite count. Vehicle doesn't quite count, because I drew that ship. I'm working on a mecha genre book, so this is perfect. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Fun! It's been a while since I've read a bit of mecha media. I still want to go back and reread Edith's Angel again. I haven't had chance in the last couple of months, and I've been wanting to go back and reread. Actually, there's a couple of stuff that I want to go back and reread. I've fallen out of the loop with so many of my webcomics. It's actually sad. I've been missing my webcomics. There was a time when I was kept sane by them, but I'm just not there at the moment. And there are a couple of, especially like the 3+ year-old ones that I want to really go and revisit. And just binge. If you have mecha recommendations, let me know. Well, here's one. My first mecha media that I engaged with, which was also one of my first ever webcomics that I ever read, was something called Edith's Angel. I'll write it in chat. by Mei Xing, who has popped in with us a couple of times here. So, E-Depth Angel by Mei Xing of Alta Studios. I have no idea if I'm pronouncing that right. And you can find that on Tapas. You can find it there, I believe. You'll be able to find the comic for free there. I don't know if it's also still available to read on the Altabe Studios website as well. But yeah, that was actually my first mech media that I engaged with, and I have said this before, and I'll say this again. There were some major design influences from that comic that rubbed off on me really early on in my creative journey. So, one of my favorite characters in that entire series is a guy by the name of Kole, and basically I have actually got characters inspired by him that I've designed already, so that's kind of cool. Sangun, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? I am doing well, thank you. How are you? Good to have you joining us. Okay, happy. We are good with these facial markings. Am I going to shade this? Or no, I'm not going to shade this. Remember my concert. Negative. I also just want to remember my... Have I actually got that written down? Have I actually got that written down? One second. Huh. Okay, so note to self, I need to update my chat rules because apparently I don't actually have a rule written down about, oh wait, I do have self-promo. So please consider refraining from that. It is something that is actually pretty common, is to not do self-promo on other people's streams. So just please be mindful of that. Okay, this is going... Am I going to put this on the same layer or am I going to merge this down? I'm going to actually make this... cheek markings up. And pull this down and cheek markings low. What does that mean? It means... if you are promoting your own stuff in stream, it's generally considered rude. Generally. So, like, if you go into another creator's space and basically try and sell your stuff at them, that's generally considered a rude thing. And I don't know if that is what you are trying to do here. If I'm misinterpreting your message about remembering your concert, then I apologize for that. But if it is intended as a self-promotion, I will kindly ask you to refrain. Please and thank you. Yeah, if you're going into people's chats or other people who are making stuff and you're telling people to go and watch your thing that you're making, unsolicited, then that is generally considered rude, yes. And I just want to make sure that you don't accidentally end up getting banned in a lot of places if you genuinely weren't aware of that being a known etiquette factor in a lot of live streams. Because if you're going around marketing in other people's platforms, you're going to get banned in a lot of places, especially if you're not reading their chat rules. I'm not trying to be rude. I understand. It's just that there is a time and a place for marketing, and where other people are trying to have their own space, that is generally not it. So your place will be on your channel and on your social media platforms. That will be that will be where it is a safe place to market your own work. Wait, a concert is rude? No, not a concert. The concert itself is fine. It's just when you are saying, okay, I'm going to be hosting one, but you're going into other people's places to tell them about it. And it isn't either on your channel or your own social media pages. Alright, can I update you in DMs about my book? If you want, yep, go for it. Oh, I don't do that? Okay. Then I'm misunderstanding, because you came in here and the first thing you said was that you have a concert. So I think we're misunderstanding each other here. Alright, so we've got cheek marking up and cheek marking low. Okay. Oh, you were attending a concert. Oh, you were attending a concert. No, then I misunderstood. If you were going to a concert as a guest, then that's something else. Ah, okay. Yeah, I will be very honest. I did not remember that you mentioned that you were going to a concert. I am very sorry about that. I can't keep track of all of the things at the moment. My world is incredibly wild, and I deal with a lot of people frequently, so I'm spinning a little bit. I am spinning a little bit. I just want to check what's the next thing. Okay, it's a little bit thicker than I was hoping. Yeah, it's a little bit very thicker. No, Serapha was being read? No. It was just a misunderstanding on my side. Because of the way that you'd phrased it, it sounded like you were marketing a concert that you were hosting. Like a content creator who's going to be having a concert on their channel, basically. That's what it sounded like, with how you typed it. So that was a bit of misinterpretation on my side, because I didn't understand that you meant... do you remember I said I was going to this concert? Basically, is what you were trying to say, and it didn't come across that way. I'm not good at English speaking yet? No, that's fine, it's fine. That's why we work this out. We try. We try and we learn. But you're doing well. Yeah. It's an absolute joy to have you here. That you could learn something. Or at least we could figure out the misunderstanding is helpful and cool. So this concert you attended to, and that you went to, what about it? And I'm going to start with the mouth. And we're going to need mouth back. It was kind of fun and horrible because it was loud. Ah, yes, concerts can be loud. Concerts can be loud. But I'm glad it was fun. I'm very glad it was fun. Which concert was it? ENH? Ooh. I'm not familiar with that name. I'm going to write it down and I'm going to investigate that. I'm not familiar with it, so I'm going to write that down and I'm going to go and have a listen to their stuff because I'm trying to find new music all the time. So I will go and have a listen to them. And it's a K-pop music? Yes. I've been trying to find more. I've been trying to find more. I've been trying to find more K-pop that I like because I'm very, very new to it. Very, very new to it. But what I have heard, there's been... I've not heard much, but what I have heard I've enjoyed quite a lot of. She says while presently listening to Monster X. In the background, where you guys can't hear it on YouTube. Yeah. No, I will definitely go and look them up. But I'm glad if you enjoyed the concert. I can imagine a K-pop concert must be a very energetic place. It was on the 16th and there was a second concert at the same place today. Oh. Oh, wow. No, it's cool that they were able to do a series. Yeah, because they take breaks now and again. Yeah, it makes sense. Performance is a really hard job, especially the kind of performance that these guys do. It's a very high energy, very high preparation sort of entertainment, and they do an amazing job with it. It's very impressive. Alright, so that is the back of the mouth. Now what we need to do is grab for the teeth. I tried to do that as a beginner, but then I was like, yeah, it's fun, but it's hard. Oh, I can believe that. I can believe that. Like, unless you are incredibly dedicated, I can imagine it being something that and the average person would not be able to stick with. You have to be incredibly dedicated to your craft to be able to stick with it. Okay, now I see an issue that I need to fix here. Unlock all that little error that was over there. Okay. There we go, there we go. Now, come back to our molars here. Yes, plus ADHD, I can't get distracted, so it's harder. Yes, it's a tough industry. It's a tough industry. Now, big respect to everyone who manages to do the job and manages to stick with it. And they do an incredible thing. And now this is going to be Molar Shadow. And this is just going to give us a bit of depth. Okay. And I'm going to make duplicates of that for the multiple layers of teeth that are going to go through. Then the tongue. There we go. My brother is an idol and he just came home and fell asleep. Oh, wow. Wow. I can imagine him being incredibly tired. I mean, technically what I'm doing is also sort of a performance type thing in a way, and it can be exhausting, and I'm not even running around and dancing. Yet. I want to get there someday, but for now, I am still in baby steps. I was going to ask him if he could play, but it was too late and he was already asleep. Oh, shit. I understand that. It's... hard to maintain relationships, but it's... also a little bit of understanding that needs to cut both ways. Okay. So happy with that. So I'll be able to turn that into a working inside of mouth from that side. Merge that down. Now I need teeth low. And here we're going to grab our tooth color again. And we're going to start by putting that down. I just want to check. Yes, the height is good. Whew, I eyeballed that just so lucky. That was very lucky. That was very lucky in terms of placement there. Little teeth. Let's make that a little broader so that it doesn't look like there are two pairs of fangs. There we go. So, working on the inside of the mouth is very, very, very much not the most flattering part of doing VTuber art. But it's worth it if you do it well. Yeah, do you actually want to? No, I don't. I don't. No, just that is good. Okay. So most of this is going to get clipped down, so we're not going to see the majority of it, but it's important for when we actually are speaking to have that information available. Okay, now the next one is going to be teeth up. Thank you, coffee! Greatly appreciated. Fresh coffee for the hydrates! Yay! Now, teeth up. I'm just going to hide the teeth low for a moment. And just put those roughly in place. Okay, that works. I want these ones to be slightly broader. So that these canines can come down a little bit. I don't want them to be entirely fangs. Slightly chompers, but not entirely fangs. Like, I love a cute set of canines, but I know it creeps some people out a little bit. Okay, now we lock that. Here we are, there we are. Now we go like so. Add a little bit of shade to the back where it curves away. And now I want to add gums to this equation. Just in case. Because with the top lip, maybe sometimes the gums might poke out. On the bottom teeth, not so much, but on the top teeth, it's possible. So I like adding the gums in just so that if they should be needed, the inside of the mouth does not look weird and bare. Alright, now we grab this color again. There we go. Add a little bit of shade down here. And sort of give a little bit of definition to the contour of roots. Okay. Looks a little bit creepy, but that's okay. Alright. Beyond that we're not going to really need, so thumbs up. Alright. And now I'm gonna put all of that in a folder, group. Call that mouth interior. Okay, that's that, and hide it all. No, unhide, because first I need to make the lower teeth opaque again. Okay. So now we don't need to see the nightmare fuel anymore. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Now we need lip low shade for the little shadow that's going to happen underneath the lip. And then we're going to need lip line, and we are going to want lip low highlight. There we go. So let's start by going show source, and on the lip shadow what we're going to do is we're going to just draw a little heart-shaped thing over there, little beam. And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and take a sip. Fresh coffee! Yay! Fresh coffee. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Okay, okay, okay. Then by the lip line I'm going to choose black. And I'm going to keep the lip line pretty straight because I will be adjusting the curvature in the rig. And having straight pixels to work with is easier than having bendy pixels to work with. Alright, and then lip shade, we're just going to take that and just make it look a little bit better like that. There we go. And take our airbrush and just soften the bottom up. There we go. And then highlight, we're going to grab that color again. Nope, not happy with that. That will work. Just check again. Alright. So, at the moment it looks absolutely nothing like our initial sketch, but that's okay. because I know most of this we're going to adjust when we do the assembly in Live 2D. Now, the next part that we need to work on is gonna be the eyebrows. Now what I'm seeing here is that I've got a major discrepancy between the top of my eyelid in the sketch and in the actuality. So let's come back to our lid up. And I'm just going to pull this in like this. Hide the source, hide the lashes, hide the sclera and everything that's attached to them. Let's just see. Okay. Okay. We've almost got the gap closed. Okay. So now what we do is we come back over here, grab this again, and go full, and grab this color and this color. And we see that we've still got an error that needs to be addressed over there. So come back, grab that color again. Fill. There we go. Now what we're going to do... Hey Legs, nice whiskers. Thank you, thank you. They are facial markings that are going to wrap with the face in the end. But I am happy that they have this nice graphic look to them. Locked in? Yeah, I did kind of lock in there for a minute. How are you doing, Calyx? Okay, that works. Now, we need to see. That was. How am I going to handle this? Because I do like having. Something there. Does she have a universe in her eyes? I have the eyelid drawn in its closed position underneath her lashes at the moment. Because that's how they're going to look when she blinks. So it's easier to collapse that for the art layers. There's a lot here that is drawn in its biggest or flattest or not final looking way. So that it doesn't have to do weird stretchy things when I change its shape in Live 2D later. That's little things. I'm not happy with the shape at all, so clear it, open it. I want to make sure that I'm not in conflict with this blue. Alright, now let's try this. Soften that. Alright, and this is going to be eye corner shadow. Alright, now I can show those again. Where did this model start? Do you have a base template? I don't actually have a template that I'm working off of. I am roughly using the same methodology that I used for building my own model as a guide for this, but in terms of how I'm actually doing a bunch of the facial features, I am testing some new methodologies. So like with the nose, for example, I'm using a totally new methodology that I've been wanting to try out, but hadn't the opportunity to work with. But with the mouth, I am working on exactly the same layer setup that I used on my own model, basically. So it's a lot of very scary looking layers, but it's all going to add up nicely, I hope. But this actually started at, if I look at how this entire canvas came together, we just hide, and hide. I come out here again. It started with a sketch like this. This was my initial starting point. And then from there we made edits on top until we had that final sort of character design that we made out of our initial sketch. And then from here I've started throwing in layers, body layers, and outfit layers and all of that started going on. As I started taking the sketch and starting to render it out. Ooh, pretty. Yay, I'm glad you think so. Still got to do the embroidery over there. But I'll get there. Let's just finish the area around the eyes first. So, hide the sketch. This render, let's take that back down to there. Cute! Thank you. Right, so we're eyebrows. We had a major detour around the eyebrows. What do you call a tail like that? I believe... there is a kind of Japanese yokai that has a tail like that. It's not a nekomata. I don't think it's the nekomata. There are two cat-type yokai in Japanese that have twin tails. I think it's the nekomata that has the two tails that split at the root, but there's another one that has two tails that split partway down the length, and I forget what that one is called. This particular character actually belongs to an alien species. So this character is Teo, who belongs to an alien species called the Tigran, which are some tiger-like cat people from a far-off planet, with interesting energy-based abilities and incredible physical regeneration capacity and generally strong warrior people. When you need to give your artist a character description, what do you tell them for a tale like that? You can literally say... a tail that splits partway down into two. Kitty people? Yes. Yes. I like my felines. I enjoy feline subspecies. Interesting fact. Teo has actually given us permission to introduce a member of this species as one of my teammates in Misthaven. So it's not Teo. It's not Teo that we're currently drawing, but a member of Teo's species is one of my teammates in Unit 46 in Misthaven, and I can't wait for you to meet him. He is not friendly to humans, but he is fun. Rio, they sound predatory to race. Well, depending on where in the timeline of the story that this species comes from, yes, they could be somewhat dangerous. They could be somewhat dangerous, but at the same time, I think they do actually share a planet with another sentient species as well. So it's not like they make a habit of wiping out other people for no reason. I don't think. Super strong, but they don't make a habit of wiping out other people for the simple fact that only one may exist, you know? She's got the same shape eyebrows as I do. That wasn't intentional, but okay. She's got the same shape eyebrows as I do. More or less. What are they going to do when we use our superior powers of flight? You do not want to know how high these guys can jump. You do not want to know how high these guys can jump. It's scary. Simply put, not fly higher than our flight capabilities. Oh, if you jump before you're able to gain enough altitude, then no matter what altitude you reach, it's never high enough if you can't beat them to that point. Even a Mini can beat some supercars to 60 miles an hour, so... Do they know we are Zoomers of the sky? Probably. Probably. Reaching speeds up to Mach 5? Wow. That's news to me. That's news to me. Okay. Alright. We'll come back to the rendering on this, on the eyebrows, because I'm not 100% sold on that yet. What I do want to check is where we are at here. I think the next part that we're going to need to look into is gonna be... I think the next part that we're gonna need to look into is gonna be ears. I'm now imagining Rhea zooming at Mach 5. I can tell you now, my nictitating eyelids are not enough for that. And I don't have this right kind of nostrils. Let me tell you, her hair is not loving it. No! No! The eyes are not liking it. The hair is not liking it. That is, you need, at the very least, you need a helmet at that speed. I do not even want to know what the wind chill is going to be like at that speed. The wind chill. The wind chill. Oof. The cheek drag. Oh, the cheek drag. Oh. That's gonna be like peel your face off speed. We need the Iron Man mask. Yeah. No. I can safely say that my surface mobility gear is not designed for those sorts of speeds. I can safely say that. Ears. We're going to do ears. Face. Ears. Okay. Source render down. Okay. And now we're going to need new layer. Go there. Put that in a group and call this one is back, and duplicate is back fluff. Hopefully nothing gets in your eyes or mouth. Yeah, in the eyes, thankfully, that's why I've got this third pair of eyelids that blinks every now and again that you might maybe see while we're drawing. Is I've got this little third eyelid that flicks very, very briefly across my eyes. Which is literally built-in flight goggles for normal creature speeds. And one learns very quickly to not fly with your mouth open. You learn very quickly. Okay. So that's the ears back fluff. Now I need another duplicate. And that's going to be ears front fluff. And then duplicate, and that's going to be ears front. Alright. Or go high speeds in general, or just leave it on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. Going fast has its perks, but it's also got its disadvantages. Okay, so I know that the ears in this render are droopy, or in this example are droopy, but once again we're going for our most extreme position for everything. So in the most extreme position here, let me just hide our swatch because it's now getting in the way. Our ears are going to be up, so about there, and that'll be probably for expression purposes only. I do not expect that this ear posture will be used often at all. And now I want to put that behind the face layers actually. Hide the face layers. I draw that second half of that ear arc on the right probably. It seems like the easy arc. Possibly, possibly. I want to introduce a couple of minor defects to the line work as well, just to help keep things a little bit organic. Because if parts are too neat, we might get the wholly inaccurate, but not entirely impossible question about whether we generated this or whether we drew it. So I'd rather just make sure that I've got things with some evidence of human action. Okay. Now swatch on, grab this color again. Nope, undo. Hide the swatch. Now I want a combination of these two, I think. Nope, just this one. Just this brush. There we go. And that's a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let's take a sip. I'm going to have a significant amount of this coffee while it's still warm. Yes. And I think. Am I thinking or am I thinking in the dumb? No, I'm going to grab this. I'm going to grab this color. Whether we're going to ever see it is debatable, but I want to prepare for it anyway. Just in case. Because there has to be a point on the inside of an ear where there is no longer fur. Because you do in fact not have hair all of the way into your inner ear cavity. And then from there we're going to grab that color again. Also, I have my significant doubts that we're ever going to need that, but I'd like to just add it just in case. I would rather have colors in the layer file that we're not going to need because they get covered by stuff than have holes where things look weird. But it's working. It's working. Next is going to be the backline fluff on this. So, come back to the ears and let's go grab our black again. And also in this position, we're going to go and we're going to start adding in a little bit more than that. Wow. Something like so. There we go. And hide the ear back. And grab that color. There we are. And fill. There we go. Show you. Fill in our gaps. Debating. Do we want to outline this at all? Yes, we do. We do want this outlined. What we don't want is just all of this mess, though. Wow, that got sketchy in places that was unnecessary. There we go. Slowly but certainly we're getting places. Oi. Lines, don't do the dumb, please and thank you. Actually, what I want to do instead of this, hide everything except what we're working on right this very moment. So, hide the nose, hide the eyes, hide the mouth. So now we've only got the inner ear fluff showing. So we're going to clear this layer. Select the outside. And undo. Turn off close gap. Select outside. Take. Where? Yeah. Try that again. Turn on close gap only on the smallest gap. There we go. That's what we're looking for. Now expand by 1 and invert and fill. And now should have something a little bit closer. Okay, first things first, let's come over here. Turn this into a mid-tone grey so that I can see what I'm doing. At least a little bit through all of the scratches on this old screen that we are desperately trying to replace. Because I have no idea how long this graphics tablet is still going to last. And everything is fuzzy. And I'm not talking about the fluff that I'm drawing. But it's okay. It's okay. We survive. We shall survive until the end of the Donothon, I'm certain of it. We'll survive. Okay. So that is the placement of that fluff. Okay. And then we will do the next layer of fluff after I think I've got these rendered. So I'm going to start with this one. How are we going to do this render? I think we're going to go start grabbing that color and go multiply. Yes. And then this brush I think should do the trick. Clip down. Not entirely happy with this color, but we'll test something out. Okay, so what I want to do then is I want to go, no, lock that, hide it, switch to that color, and fill on top. Does that work? Let me undo this and fill that with that color again, and go big brush like that and clip that down to the multiply. Let's try this with the darker one, maybe? How is that behaving? And 80. You know what? Not multiply, let's go linear burn. Linear burn. That's the one we're looking for. Okay, now let's come back to that color. So flip. Linear burn. That is going to be our shading color for here. That's going to be our shading layer style for here. It's going to be linear burn. Look at that. Okay. Come over here. Let's see what we can do about some of these. I actually don't want lines on this side. Because I kind of want the fur to sort of blend into where it's coming from. And even in the most extreme position, this back fluff is never going to exceed the border of the whatchamacallit, ear back. Which makes me wonder, does this even need to be a separate object? Probably not, but I'm going to leave it as a separate object so that I can't possibly destroy anything by accident. Speaking of accidentally destroying things by accident, let's hit the save button before I do that again, like I did yesterday. That should be fine. It should be okay, right? Okay. So that is the first part. Now we're going to go add another clip layer. Let's go. Add go. Yes. Okay. Grab that. Make it shiny. Make it nice and fluffy looking. Something like that. Or to do the trick. Yes. That looks nice and fluffy. That looks nice and fluffy. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Okay. Here, what we're going to do is we're going to add a linear burn. Click down, grab that, and also just throw a little bit of shading over there. It doesn't need to be dramatic. Because why? Most of the inner ear is going to be hidden 98% of the time. So, it does not need to be the most rendered part of the entire model. Okay, then the next is going to be the front ear flap. So let's hide the okay, so here, what we're going to do is we're going to go our ink slayer, and what we're going to do and we're just going to hide the ear back here, and we're going to just kind of add enough information here. Close that, and now let's make this line work not look terrible. If there's going to be line work, it needs to be good, right? If there's going to be line work, it's got to be good. So, this is going to get tightened up nicely. That'll work, that'll work. There we are. And another corner here, which we're going to tighten up and give a little bit of weight to, give it a little bit of character. There we are. And almost done inking this fluff. Almost done inking this fluff. Okay. That works, that works, that works, that works, that works. Get that excess. Make that sharp. Alright, want as little debris as possible. Then grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. There we go. Now here we've got debris. So, no, that one, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Is there any other debris that I've missed? Not necessarily, but I do see some gaps that got broken with the pixel expansion. So now we just clean that. Okay, checking, checking. Just want to make sure that I get this right, because otherwise I'm going to be completely frustrated when we do rigging later. If we've got artifacts in weird places. Okay, that works, that works, that works, that works. Okay. Now what were my layers? We had a linear burn and an add glow. So that's our inks. So 1, 2, put them on a clip, and let's go linear burn and add glow. Okay, linear burn layer, we're going to come to our purple. There we go. And let's start with this one. And just ease in a bit of a grain to this. Add a little bit of a gradient like that. Yes, that works. Erase just a smidge over here. There we are, and now add glow, grab blue. And now we make it shiny. Combination of additive and subtractive rendering here. First, throw all of the color at it so that we can take half of it away. There we go. And a little bit down here as well. Might need to shrink my brush a little bit, maybe. Can I get away with not? Looks like I will be able to get away with not. Okay. We just find this line again. There we go. Okay, so that's the inner ear fluff, front and back. Okay, that should work. See what I mean about most of the inner ear being hidden 99% of the time? Like, if we're gonna see any of that red poking out the back, I will be very, 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 very surprised at any point in time. Especially considering that in its final form, the ears are going to be folded down like this. The only reason I'm drawing them up here is to allow for, if they go upwards on a brow raise or an excitement whatever, or a little bit of that upward floppy. But, I just want to check here. Use pen as a pivot. Get sense of scale. From root to tip. Okay, so this inner ear fluff can go up 2 clicks. That's going to be their origin point. Okay. Now, for the front part of the ears, we're going to be also working on it in terms of the most expanded version. And I think that the front ears need to be done in layers because we've also got information happening on the back here. So as the ear rotates forward, we're going to be seeing less of this middle ear dot, basically. So what I want to do is I want to split this into... The front ear is going to have front ear base, and then it's going to have front ear detail, which is going to clip down in live 2D, and then it's going to have front ear line. Frontier line? Okay, anyway, interesting pun. Anyway, wild tangents that one's brain goes on. Okay, so in the point where this is going to be most rolled forward, the point at which this is going to be most rolled forward, let me reduce the opacity here and hide everything on the ear back, and grab the right colors to work with for this. At its lowest, at its absolute lowest, and most expanded, this ear is going to be shaped like that. So we hide that for a moment. And now we play with our line weights, get this to look a little bit nicer. Let's come this side. There we go, that works. That works, that works, that works. And up here we're gonna go and carve off some of this. No, 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 that way, not that way. Ah! Okay, gotcha. And come to the opposite side again. Add a little bit and carve half of it away. There we go. That's gonna look interesting in action. And that's what we want, is for things to be interesting. There we go, there we go. Okay, I'm happy with that. That looks good. That looks good. Somehow that looks soft and fluffy. Yay. Soft and fluffy is the way to go. Okay. Wait a second. I see something that I'm going to probably need to fix. Am I wrong? No, I am not wrong. I do need to fix that. Okay. I will fix that after I've got these folded. So, there is an artifact that is going to cause major issues in the rig over here if I don't remove those in the end. Oakley! Hello, hello, welcome in. How goes? How are you doing, Oakley? Alright, I'm gonna leave that there. Now what I need to think of very, 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 very carefully. Yeah, it's gonna need to be... I'm going to need to treat this very well. I'm doing well, just learning how to animate. Oh! Best of luck with that. That is a big endeavor. Time consuming, but very, very worthwhile. I wish you all the best with your animation practice. It's a big deal. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to put the yellow. Over the entire tip, and then we'll do the blue on its own. I'm going to put the yellow over the entire tip, and we're going to do the blue on its own, so that I can adjust the amount of blue that we see as needed. But the yellow stays. Or is that going to be... Is that being the dumb? Is that being the dumb? I think I'm being the dumb, because why? That piece of fur texture is going to compress. So I'm busy doing the dumb. So, first things first. Let's come over here and just correct this little piece of overshoot that I've now just spotted. Good to see the lighter color. And this little piece of debris. There we go. There we go. Is there any overshoot over here? Yes, it looks like it. Let's grab this. Grab outside. Come here. Delete. Clear that. Hide here. And I've got a little bit on that side that needs to be removed as well. Gotcha. We are doing well. We're doing well. Okay. So now we come here. We go ear base, fill that in. Ear detail. Let's go here. Now this is going to clip on. But there is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Get rid of the cold coffee! Why? Because I forgot about it again. Yay! What is everyone else drinking today? If anyone says brake fluid, I'm going to cry. Oh. Brake fluid, detergent. The list of weird and wonderful fluids that you guys have mentioned in chat, it still astounds me. I think you guys enjoy making me immensely concerned for your safety. And whether or not you are in fact organic life forms. Alright, so that's the first one. Now, this one is going to be like this. Just make the fluff make sense. Make it look nice and, soft and fluffy and velvety. There we go. That works. Okay. Now this side. Lock. No. Come on, this side. And just make that edge hard so that when it comes to applying meshes later, I am not going to cry. Alright. So that gets clipped down. And then we're going to need a multiply layer. We have to have a multiply layer here because why? Live 2D does not yet have linear burn. I know that layer styles are coming, but I don't know when they are coming. I think they're in the new update. But it's not, but I don't know if that's in the beta or if it's in the stable update. And even then, I don't even know if it's going to be supported by I don't know if it's going to be supported by places like YouTube Studios, so straight multiply it's going to be incorporated. Actually, you know what? What I want to do before I do this, I want to put this on a normal layer. And I want to make it white first. So that I've got hard edges. And white on a multiplier layer changes nothing. So it's going to look like nothing is there. If I put that on multiply right now. This is going to be useful when I'm once again doing my meshes for the rig. Okay, lock that, call this one front ear shade. Okay. And here, now that we've got this on a white base, we can actually use the white to give ourselves some nice soft blends, which we otherwise would not be able to without compromising some stuff. No, undo, undo. I do not want any alpha on this. No alpha. There we go. Here, going to just add a little bit of shading to this contour. And we'll see how this behaves in the rig. I think it ought to behave okay, but we'll prepare ourselves if I need to come back and change this. That's the one advantage of being both artist and rigger, is that I can, if I see that I made a grievous mistake in art, I can come back and change it without needing to wait 3 weeks on back and forths with an artist and needing to do permission changes, permissions to edits or other such madness that I know people sometimes have to do battle with when they are getting these things in place. But okay. So now that gets clipped down and multiply. Okay. sort of works. Now what we're going to do... I'm going to put this on the normal again. And I'm going to duplicate it. And we're going to go edit tonal correction. Brightness and contrast. Brightness down, contrast up. Okay. Now I just want to color pick this and check that it is in fact actual white. 0, 100. Yes. Okay, it is in fact actual white, so I don't feel bad about losing that one. Multiply. Okay. There we go, there we go. Normal. Let's check. This is... a little bit more saturated than this base color. So it's on 11, so bring that down to 5. Edit tonal correction, use saturation luminosity. Bring that down like 5. Okay, edit tonal correction. Use saturation luminosity. Saturation down. Luminosity. Okay. That is 10 and 52, 5 and 45. Edit tonal correction, brightness contrast, brightness down. Okay. 1147, 5 and 45. Getting closer, getting closer. Now what I want to do is I want to go select colors. We're going to put a error margin of 10 on this and grab that. Okay. Invert it. It is locked. You know what, I'm gonna just need to repaint this. You know what, I'm just gonna repaint this. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Make it white and repaint it. I can do that much. Why? Because now we're trying to do color corrections. I'm actually overthinking the problem. It's faster to just do this way. Paint it from scratch again. Undo, undo, undo. Why did I have... No alpha! You break things. Alpha breaks things. Which I do not want broken. Just keep accidentally selecting it out of habit. From a multiple layer workflow. I'm not used to putting the dark color and the multiply on this and the white on the same layer. But that's a me problem. That needs addressing. but I think we're getting there. Getting this fur looking nice and fluffy again. Nice and fluffy and velvety. Because we don't want it to be the choppy kind of fluffy, we want it to be the velvety kind of soft looking fluffy. And multiply. Okay, here. Soften this corner a little bit. And soften over there. Okay. And now, lastly, we're going to need add a glow layer also in this color. Which we're just going to use to trim accordingly. Now, as the ear moves around, this is going to change shape quite significantly. It's also going to get clipped down. So, although I do need to be a little bit mindful about how many masks I'm going to be using, I think. Oh no, it's not for a game. It's not for a game, so I don't need to be as pedantic, although I still want to be a little bit pedantic about how many masks I use. Because otherwise it's going to take a lot of load on the machine. Front ear highlight. Okay. So we're going to use that. Right. Just to give it a little bit of information on that. Okay. Slowly but certainly we're starting to get places. Slowly we're starting to get places here. Next item on the to-do list here is going to be let's look at the hair back. I think we can get as much of the head assembly done as possible. I can actually start pulling this, if not the body layers, at least the head layers into live 2D and start rigging that in the meantime. Might actually... maybe I'll actually do that. We'll see. We'll see. With Cheeky, I want to stick more to a linear progression. But with Teo, we're doing some experimentation. So I think we're gonna do a little bit of backwards and forwardsing with Teo. Okay, so let me hide the head for now, and let's go hair back. All right. And we're going to need at least 2 layers. And we're going to go with starting with... Okay. I want to throw a surprise in this mix. I want to throw a surprise in this mix because at the moment in the flat render, it is not actually 100% clear how this hair terminates. But what I'm thinking, which I think will look pretty cool, if I just grab this for a second, is if in actuality we've got a ponytail. Teo's always had long hair, so I think hiding a long ponytail in the back that sometimes pokes out, swishing behind the cape, unless the cape gets toggled off. I think that will be really fun. I think that'll be really fun. What do you guys think? I think it'll be fun. Like, it's a secret ponytail. I want to do that. I want to do that. Okay, so we're gonna go inks. Oh. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go group, and we're gonna call this one ponytail 1. Duplicate ponytail 2, and we're gonna call this one duplicate. Hair back 1, duplicate, hair back 2, and duplicate, hair back 3. Alright, that's going to be our starting point. That's going to be our starting point. So, with that being the case, I'm just going to get rid of this, because I don't actually need it. Ponytail 1, what we're going to do is we're going to throw on our symmetry ruler. Reduce that opacity all the way. Clear that. Oh, wait, before I go any further, potentially break something. Show the head. Ears. Show everything. Hide symmetry ruler. Hide face. Ears. Delete. Those artifacts. Show face. Lapse head. Hide head. Okay. Hair back. Ponytail 1. Into that brush. Symmetry ruler. Hide that. Then from here, add some asymmetry. There we go. It's literally 6:41 a.m. Good morning. Good morning, Simoon. You are up very, very, very early. Also, I'm terribly sorry if I am mispronouncing your name. I've been up at 1 a.m. Oh, wow. I know I work night shift in my time zone, but getting up at 1 is quite hectic. Or being awake since then is quite a lot. What did you pronounce me? Sangoon. I'm not sure if that was correct at all. I don't know how prominent the H in the English characters is. It's Sang? Okay. Then Hoon. Okay, so the Hoon is supposed to be more, the H in the Hoon is supposed to be more pronounced. I wasn't sure. Yes, okay, I'll remember that. I'll remember that. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Alright, now let's try. I actually want a third ponytail there as well. Because I want this to be asymmetrical. So let's... Is symmetry ruler off? Yes, symmetry ruler is off. So ponytail 2, what we're going to do is we're going to come up here. For some reason everyone thinks I'm an idol because in Hyphen someone is Sanghoon. Oh dear. Sharing a name with a famous person has its disadvantages, but at the same time, it can be fun. I'm not happy with this line. Let's go with that. Oh dear. Oh dear. So when I go out in public, everyone runs up to me and says, I'm your biggest fan. Oh, it's not me. Oh dear. Oh. That I can imagine being a little bit embarrassing and challenging to deal with. I was literally crowded. Oh my word. I can definitely imagine that being a little bit of a challenge. Yeah, because I guess I kind of look like him. Oh no! Oh no! And when I was just backing away, it started running. I can imagine that scene. Oh, that can be that sounds challenging. Well done for getting away. So I always have to look around to see if there's anyone around. Oh dear. Because I can't deal with fans. Oh. Yeah, it's interesting being a public figure sometimes. I can understand that being challenging. And from my limited exposure to K-pop fans, it is especially drastic in that sense. I briefly had an interaction. Oh, that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. I'm so mad at my parents for naming me that. They could not have known when they did that you would share a name with a famous person. You cannot blame them for it. They could not have predicted it. It's just one of those unfortunate challenges that one sits with and then has to navigate. I mean, but you can't really be mad at your parents for naming you something several years ago that they would not have any clue would cause this sort of issue. I'm actually going to rename this one to 2 and this one to 1. And put this one behind. And flip this over. And let's do straight one like that. And let's just do a single strand here. And I'll put this on a toggle so that if Teo wants, it can be switched off. Or hidden. Okay. When I saw in Hyphen, I was, oh great, now I'm going to get people chasing me. Oh no. Oh no. And then you still went to one of their concerts. That's brave. That's brave. That is very brave. I met Sanghoon and he was like, I'm Sanghoon too, and I was like, oh dear. Oh dear. Wow, you got to actually meet him. Well, you did say you tried out the idle life, so I suppose that kind of makes sense that you wouldn't at one stage brush shoulders with some of these people, which is also kind of really epic on its own. I can imagine that was quite quite an encounter. Yes, that was my fault. Oh dear. Alright, so I'm pretty happy with that for our secret ponytail. For our secret ponytail, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's hit the save button. Save button is our friend. Save button is our friend. Hide the secret ponytail. I'll come back to it next. That was my daily life. Oh wow. Yeah, it's... From what I know of it, it's a very, very, very involved existence. I don't know how else to phrase it. Oh, no. This needs country ruler. This needs country ruler. Whoopsie. It's not something that just anyone can handle. But definitely good on you for at least giving it a shot. Because just trying is a lot more than a lot of us actually get to. Without either getting scared or not having the opportunity to even try certain things. I'm going to get a haircut now, so this would be good. Oh, that'll give you a little bit of distinction. That's helpful. Alright, now let's do those. Alright, that should do the trick there. Okay, now grab both those and click down. This top one we're going to go into add glow, I think. Let's see how that's gonna behave. Yes. Okay, that's the one. That's the one. That's gonna do the job. Okay, this hair is starting to come together. There we go, there we go. That will work, that will work. Okay. Next is gonna be this little yellow bit. Hopefully I don't get crowded. Yeah. I'm wishing you luck with the haircut because it sounds like you are in for an interesting day. Right, let's hide the hair back. One. Alright. Grab the yellow. Hide the swatch. Grab outside. Expand by one and flip and fill. Get rid of that. There we are. And if I do then, yeah. I am wishing you a covert haircut. Oh dear. I am wishing you a covert and successful haircut. I need to figure out how I'm going to do the shading on this one. Okay. So let's start with cut down, linear burn, and add glow. Let's start with the linear burn here and see if doing linear burn in the same color is going to do the right thing. Or if we need to be in one of these colors. Definitely not that one. That one is way too dark. This is the one. Clear. And now we're just going to use that. That ought to do the trick. Alright, that's that one. And then add glow. We'll also use the same one. Same color. There we are. And just highlight that up. Soften that ever so slightly. There we go. Okay, that works. That works. That works. That works. Okay. I just want to put this behind the body layer. And then pay back 3. Grab that. That one. This one, I wonder if this one shouldn't be coming from... No, it should come from over here. Hide those. You know what? Turn our canvas so that I've got a nice easier line to work with. There we are. That's better. That's better. There we go. Getting there. Getting there. Getting there. Getting there. Getting there. Slowly but certainly. Teo's hair is coming together. Now I just want to see on our source again. It's dark with the off-white. It's dark with off-white. Okay. So, what's going to happen here is we're going to start with this and we're going to grab outside. Expand by 1. Invert and fill. Get rid of that. Make sure that there's no gaps. I'm not happy with this backline. I'm not happy with this backline. So hide this for a moment. And pull this upright. Grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert and fill. Do that. Upright. Okay, that shape is definitely better, yes. Get rid of that because we don't need it anymore. Then our swatch. Grab light color, lock opacity, undo, undo, undo that. There we go. Looks a little bit sharkish, that one, but it's fine because why? We're going to first add some shading on top of it all. Okay. And then another one, add glow, which needs to be that color. Clear it. Alright, we show all three. I want this one to actually be number 2, and this one to be number 3, and I want this one to be in front of you. Actually I want this one to be 1, this one to be 3, this one to be 2. No? Am I being silly? Yes, I am. This one, 1, 2, and this one, 3. Yes, that's the order. That's the order. Okay. Slowly but certainly, making progress. We've almost got all of the head layers we need to be able to pull this into Light 2D. Almost, almost, almost. Save button. Save button before I break anything. And then, what we need to do is... I almost did something that would break copyright. I can't remember what the song is, but I almost did it. I almost had its riff down. What is it? I think it's a Deep Purple song. Yes, it is. I literally have a sticky note here on my desk that says that song that has the riff that you can never remember but keep humming. It's Black Knight by Deep Purple that I keep accidentally humming. I don't know how that song became a constant earworm. I don't even know the song that well, but that guitar riff just stuck in my head like press stick in a shaggy dog carpet. It's wild. What is this and can I ignore it? Okay, that's there. Ignorable. Just making sure that it's not commissioners talking to me. Da-da-da-dum. Ignorable. Okay, it's ignorable for now. It's ignorable for now. Okay. Next, we need to do the hair front. So, let's see. The hair front is going to consist of a couple of different parts. So first things first, we've got this connective fluff in front of the ear that is going to basically act like how sideburns act. Like I've got a little bit of a sideburn thing going on in front of my ear. And we're going to use something similar because there are no human ears here. And this little bit of fluff is just going to help make that not be so drastic looking. And then we've got several layers of bangs that need to get added in. So let's go front hair. Alright, so first things first, we're going to reduce that opacity. Hide that. Hide the hair back. And we're going to make a layer. Go full. And inks. Alright. Make a group. There we go. Now, for this fluff, what we're going to do also focusing on getting the shape at its widest. So let me think for a moment. At its widest, when the head is turned, we're probably going to have Something like that. Something like that. And then we're going to have one. That'll do the trick. Okay, but we've also got a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go. Just refining this. Alright, this little upward ear fluff is going to really help to just tie the ear base into the side of the head without it being jarring. So now we grab outside, expand by 1, invert, and fill. There we go. Grab that and get rid of it. Now over here. Alright, there we go. Put those down. Multiply. Add glow. Over here, add that again. Wrong layer. That works. Oh no, oh no, oh no. we go, there we go. Teo! Hello, hello, welcome in everyone! Hi, welcome in! Thank you for the raid! My name is Harriet Citadel, Avian Alien Sentinel VTuber, perpetrator of creative chaos, general maker of things, and generally today, working on a new Teo model. Hello, welcome in! How was stream? How was stream? We've literally just started on the hair. We've just started on the front hair. Things are looking a little bit messy at the moment. Stream went well. How do? We're doing well. We're doing well. We're doing well. We've been productive so far. We've mostly finished putting together layers for your face. The inside of the mouth exists, but it is presently nightmare fuel. A lot of how things are looking at present have nothing to do with how they're going to look in the final. But we've managed to get a lot done. We have... Oh no, what did I just do? Oh, you know what? I know what that problem is. I know what that problem is. It's on the front hair here. I just need to get rid of a little bit of excess filling that happened by accident. Whoopsie. There we go. There we go, there we go. I do not know where that debris comes from, but it must also go away. Debris. Blah. Debris on models. An age-old nightmare that needs to be remedied and made sure it does not stay in place. But yeah, we've been productive so far. We have a hair back in place. We are starting with the hair front. You've got a mouth that ought to be functional soon. You've got layers for your cheek stripes. Nose layers are functional. They're going to work. If I manage to get the bangs layers organized now and rendered nicely, I might actually already be able to start pulling your head into Live 2D to start being able to toggle rigging on you and continuing art layers on Cheeky, so that we're not working on necessarily the same steps at the same time for everyone all the time, because that will help keep the brain fresh and with that the quality of the work up. So I think that is going to be how we are going to handle things. But yes, what were you playing in stream? I know that you were... Today has been Tuesday. Today has been Tuesday. What were you up to? What were you up to? I remember seeing the go live announcement, but for the life of me, I cannot remember. My brain has been completely fried the last couple of days. IRL has been really, really busy. And keeping track of things has been weird. Hello, hello, Arting been good. Hello, Sai. Yes, Arting has been... Arting has been interesting today. Today is still Tuesday, arguably. Arguably. Today has been Tuesday. It continues to be Tuesday. And yet, depending on where you are, it's already Wednesday, so... all time is an illusion, as they say. I say today is a basic past tense for the last chunk of consciousness, because otherwise it gets confusing. But yes, the days have been blurring together a little bit the last couple, because there's just been a lot going on IRL. And it's been making it a little bit tricksy to focus on everything that needs attention. But we are surviving. We're surviving. I'm gonna make this 15. Okay. No. The source render needs to be 15. And then front here, this one is going to be side burns. There we go. And then we're going to duplicate, clear it. Days certainly have been days, or day. Yes. Days are blurring together. Yeah, days are definitely blurring together. It's wild. Let me go. I'm just thinking about renaming layers as we're going in chat. Let me just think. Here we've got how many? We have. Okay, we've got side dangles that also need to be separate layers. So, let's call this one side dangle. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 distinct parts for the side dangles. 4 distinct parts for the side dangles. So, side dangle 1, duplicate, 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 rename 2, 3, and 4. And then we have on our this is port side, we've got 1, 2 bangs. So bang P1, duplicate, bang P2, then duplicate. Then on the starboard side, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So S1, duplicate, 2, duplicate, 3, duplicate, 4, duplicate, 5. Okay, so that will give us enough to work with for physics. That'll give us enough to work with for physics and head rotations, being all nice and neat and contained. Okay, so in terms of our layering, let's reduce that back down to 10%. Okay, and let's hide the hair back because we don't need it right now. So sideburns are in place. Great. Side dangle 1 is going to be this back little part of our whatchamacallit, curl. So we're just going to have that like so. Small little piece, but it's going to be valuable. Why? Because overlaps are what really sells this twisting spiral sense in the hair, which we really want. And of course I would make the mistake of not switching on my symmetry ruler. Of course I would. Woohoo, it's fine. It's fine. Let's try that again. So yes, Raiders, you are getting a preview of Teo's new model that is coming. That we are working on. Surprise! Teo did mention that it was coming. I'm working on it. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Okay. I want to just make sure that I'm not doing this stupid. I think I'm doing this stupid because why? Hide that for a moment. Grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel. Invert and fill. Okay. There we go. With his neck cross. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. Now, I will come back to actually rendering that out after I've got all of these pieces in place. So the next one is going to be this. I kind of want to add a corner to this one as well because it just makes it look a little bit cooler, I think. I don't know if you could figure it from my own model, but wait. Yeah. I don't know if you could figure it from my own model, but I kind of like having interesting corners in here. It just adds another feature. Interesting dynamic to silhouettes. And it converts nicely when comic-ifying characters as well. Because it gives something like a shorthand to work with. Joshua, I am a flower delivery man, driving my delivery car and struggling to keep control. Oh no! Oh no! The poor flower delivery vehicle must maintain control! Whoa! I crashed, and all the flowers are now everywhere! No! The flowers are everywhere! Gah! We are smothered with blossoms. Thank you for the flowers, Joshua. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How are you doing? Sorry, you shall be assaulted by flowers this fine day. There are worse things to be assaulted by. Could be better, but we keep trucking along. Understandable. Understandable. I hope that the day proceeds in a way that is... how can I phrase this? I hope the remainder of the day is restful and uneventful. Because sometimes an uneventful day is wonderful. This is just too broad. I need to focus. I need to use this side as my guide. I need to use this side as my guide. I'll do all in my power to make sure it gets better. But thank you, man. Nah. One does what one can in any given situation. But I sincerely wish you a restful day. Insofar as what it is possible. I hope the grind is going well. Yes, we have been productive so far. We are making significant progress on Teo's hair at the moment. We have got the majority of the face layers in place as well. So slowly but certainly we are getting this assembly ready for importing to Live 2D. I'm probably going to pull in the clothing and body layers later. So that I can at least get a head start in terms of the whatchamacallit. I can at least then get a head start in terms of the facial rig. because that way I won't necessarily be in the same production phase between Teo and Cheeky the whole time, which means that it will be a little bit easier for me to actually give both projects equal amount of attention because of them being in a different stage. It'll just be a little bit easier on the brain to differentiate between the two projects and not think, okay, I am now getting bored of this one thing, and then things go wrong. I do not want to get burnout, and therefore, proper phasing of project management needs to take action. And that means making sure that nothing is in the same phase of production between multiple projects. Because why? I know that my brain likes task switching, which is a weird thing to say, but it helps keep things fresh by me, which means that I am less likely to get burnout. And expand by 1, and invert and fill. And on everything, grab that and delete so that I can't have any artifacts there. There we go. Alright, now last section that needs filling. I'm going to definitely be using glue to make sure that this top section sticks where it needs to when physics gets applied. But we'll get there when we get there. Alright. That will work. That will work, that will work, that will work. Okie-day, okie-day, okie-day. Hide that. Hide the sideburns. Hide angles 1, 2, and 3. Here, we want to come over here and just close this before we grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert the selection and fill. Grab that and be gone with it. Alright. So that's all of our pieces there. This side dangle too, I just want to pull this down. No. I'm going to move it manually when we do the rig. It's fine. Slowly but certainly, it's coming together. Yes, it's coming together. All is well. So just FYI, so that no one is confused, the reason why I've got the back ear up like this is because I'm not 100% sure yet how high up the ears might flick on an ear raise with physics going on as well, and so on and so forth. So I like having the art layers in the biggest probable or biggest possible way that they're ever going to display when I do the art layers, so that it doesn't have to stretch in a deformation. It's easier to compress an art piece than to stretch it and get it to look good. So I like having it stretched out, and we're probably not going to see the inside of the ear like this 98% of the time, but I wanted to make sure that I had it anyway just in case we need it. But it's built together so that at its lowest point it's going to more or less follow the contour of the front ear that we see over here. So 4 parts to these ears, but they're gonna all nicely tie together to make something functional. But okay, let me switch my swatch on again. Switch the swatch. Switch the swatch. Okay. And let me grab that color again, just in case. Okay. Now, in terms of our sauce, I just want to doubly check. So, our part 2 is strictly the light color, and part 4 has a little bit of the light color on the bottom edge. Okay. So, side dangle 2, lock that opacity, grab you, and fill. There we go. And then on dangle 4, we're going to come over here, lock opacity, and we're going to grab, not that brush, this one, this is the brush. This is the brush we are looking for. There we go. There we go. That looks good. That will work, that will work, that will work. Multiply. I want that one to become that color. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. Dangle 4 is the side section, so what we did there is not going to be seen in any way, shape, or form. This is fine. I'm going to go eat. I almost forgot. Oh no. Oh, I almost got fans, but I hid. Oh dear. Good luck. Good luck, Sunghoon. Oh dear. Now what I want to do is I want to just get a nice bit of highlight all the way up there. Nice, nice, nice. That works, that works, that works. Yes. If I get crowded, then not seeing you. Good luck out there. Good luck out there. Alright. Okay, happy with that one. Happy with that one. So, side dangle 4, check. Next, dangle 3. This one I'm going to start with a glow because we are here already. So let me just add that in. And start with a little bit of reflectivity over here. No, 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 no. That is not it. That is not it. Close. Close. Good enough. Good enough. Now, you can always come back to it. Wrong color. I knew something was looking a little off. don't want the shading to be pitch black. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Whew. I could do with another cup of coffee. But it's fine. I can maybe go and pick up another cup just now. Wrong layer. I want to be there. And now again, wrong layer. Want to be there. Okay. And on this side, what I want to do, because these are going to be glued together, I can afford some level of connectedness in how they are rendered. Okay, that works. Now come back to here. Okay, that works. That works. That looks nice and shiny. I'm happy. Next, number 2. Here, this is gonna want that. And that. And here. That'll do. That'll work. And then last one. That'll do. That'll do. Okay, nice and shiny. That's going to be our side dangles. Happiness is there. Save button. Save button is in order there. Alrighty. Yeah. In case anyone is wondering what you're seeing over here, this is a reference for the filigree pattern and the Clip Studio ID for which material I am using for that brush. So yeah, if you want to draw Teo, that's going to be the filigree brush that I used. It's going to go in a little micro reference that I'm basically going to make to go with this, just in case. because there's a lot of information going into this model. Okay, so that's the side dangles. Happy. Now we need to do the bangs. We've got 2 sections, okay, on the port side. So let's open up with over here. That's gonna go. First things first, get rid of the symmetry ruler because we are no longer in symmetry space. Get rid of that. Let's see. I just want to hide everything that we're not working with anymore because I do not want to get myself confuzzled. Okay, now I can actually see the lines that I am working with. Yay. And rotate that upwards. Get rid of that. And upright and flip. Nope. Nope. Not happy with that either. That will work. That'll work. I am not going to break something that is working. I'm not going to break that line that worked just as well as it did. I'm not going to get better than that, probably. Okay, but that works. That works, that works, that works. And I'm still going to need to add a hairline to this. I'm going to need to add a hairline to this. Still. Okay, how did I do mine? How did I do mine? I can't remember. It's okay. I will figure it out. I will figure it out. Now what I want to do is lapse and hide. Next. Undo. Flip. Nope. 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 Yes. That is the line I was looking for. Okay. Next up is gonna be like so. Okay. I think I'm just going to quickly do the inking on all of these and then I will attempt to fill and render them. And when I've got that done, I will have everything I need to be able to pull the head into Live 2D to start doing the head rig on Teo. I'm back. When I was ordering, the cashier was, "Is that Sunghoon from the Inhype?" And then I was, "Oh no. Oh no. Oh no." I don't think... You know, you would think that a cashier would never assume that someone who was famous would use their name that they have for stage affairs in public like that. But then again, I'm not exactly 100% sure how. The whole stage name thing works in that part of the world either. This I want to draw vertically. This one I want to draw vertically, because that's not going to work. Wow, I just got deja vu. Wow, I just got smacked in the face with deja vu drawing this line. Wow. Crazy. Even on YouTube, they say you always remind me of a K-pop group. Oh dear. Have you considered VTubing? If you are a content creator, I don't want to assume. Okay. That's that one. Almost have all of their shapes in place. Almost have all of their shapes in place. Slowly but certainly getting there, and soon it'll be over. Okay, this one we're gonna do. I'm wondering if I'm being silly with how I am busy doing this one. Because this is one of those anti-gravity scenarios where physics does not make sense. And I was, I can't believe YouTube is starting to. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna put that one there. But I'm definitely going to need to adjust the line on this one. I definitely need to adjust the line on this one. Okay, that's an interesting shape. It just looks like there's a dagger coming out of the head there. Casual. On theme, but casual. Fun. Okay. Last one, last one, last one. And soon victory! Nope, nope. This way around. You're the only person who didn't ask if I'm from Enhypen, which I'm happy about. I am glad if I made your day. I have not heard of Enhypen before today. I am gonna check them out after this conversation. But I promise I will not make the comparison. Because you have now piqued the curiosity on that front. Also, I apologize if I speak English strangely. I know that apparently I do that. I don't use the same grammar as a bunch of other people, apparently. I speak with the same grammar, I think, and that's a little bit wild. Which is also the same grammar I write with, which is also a bit wild. Okay. I think we've got all of our shapes in place. Yes. Okay, so now I can hide swatches for now. And we're going to come through the list and just start filling these in, and then I can recolor them appropriately afterwards. So, grab outside, expand by 1 pixel, invert, and fill. Wrong color. Fill. Collapse. Next. Open. Grab the full layer, grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert, and fill. Deselect, collapse, hide, next. Grab the full layer, grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert. Fill. Deselect, collapse, hide, next. Expand, full layer, grab. Expand 1 pixel, invert, fill, deselect, collapse. Almost through. Full layer, grab, expand by 1 pixel, invert selection, fill, deselect. Hide. Grab the full layer, grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert, fill, deselect, collapse. Last one. Show. Grab the full layer, grab outside. Expand by 1 pixel, invert selection, fill. Done! Okay. That was the conveyor of hair selection. Yes, in Korea we use stage names so people can recognize the groups. That makes sense. Oh, okay. And flip over. Okay. We're finally starting to look like we're assembling a person now. We're finally starting to look like we're assembling a person now. We have what appears mostly like a hairstyle. We've still got to do the hairline itself. Because goodness alone knows we're definitely going to need it when the head is looking up. This is what you get for having open forehead hair designs, is that you need to have solutions for hairlines. Okay, now let's see. What is the color design here? We've got yellow on that one and that one. So let's grab that color. Lock that opacity and fill. Then that one is going to be starboard 2. Yes, starboard 2. Lock opacity and fill. There we go. Artiloa, Tio begins. Yes. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We have actually got quite a bit ready. It's just that I've been hiding a lot of the layers so that I can actually see what I'm doing. I actually want to hide the ear back layers because they're just confusing to look at the moment. But we're starting to get places. I've tried doing streams until the chat went crazy, and then I couldn't keep up with the brain going ping pong. Yeah, you might, if you are going to be doing content creation, need a stage name. Just so that you're not confused. Just so that you're not confused for the other person. I mean, it must help amazingly for getting initial subscribers, but I cannot imagine that that would be fun to explain to people later. So, maybe using an alternate name for your online activities will help reduce that madness. But yeah, we're starting to get somewhere. Now I want to see, we've also got yellow on this number 1 partially, so front hair. This is bang port 1 on this side. Grab this brush. Lock opacity first. There we go. The funny thing is I'm using my big brother as a bodyguard. Oh my word. At least you have that support. That helps. Can you imagine living in that situation as an only child? No, thank you. That would be very, very, very difficult. Is someone on call with you, or are you multi-streaming? I am multi-streaming. I am on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, yes. If I was in call with someone, I would have had the audio patched through for you guys as well. Let me see. Oh, this is also on numbers 3 and 4. Those also need dual coloration. So, S3 lock. That's going to be this one. Yes, I'm not completely insane yet. Hide those two so that I can see which colors are where. Okay, I'm going to leave it exactly like that because it's actually good. I am not going to mess with that. That is good. That is good. Alright, and on this side... I'm going to... wrap like so. That looks mostly right, doesn't it? No. Yes. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. There we go. Okay. Okay. We've almost got everything in place. So if we throw in the hair back as well. We're slowly but certainly getting everywhere that we need with this one. Obviously still have a lot to do on the outfit, but we're slowly but certainly getting there. We're slowly but certainly getting there. Next is gonna be rendering. Next is gonna be rendering. And I just heard something that sounded very dangerous. Dogs are not liking it. I just need to open my ears. Okay, someone else in the house is reacting. Okay. Casual. Casual. I'm finally back home. Congratulations on making it back in one piece. Okay. So, let's start on here and work our way backwards. I think that is going to be the best bet. Okay, and here, yeah, I don't think I can use the blue as the add glow color on the yellow. No, I can. Should be okay. That actually behaves well. I wasn't sure, but it actually behaves well. It doesn't burn out like white or a lighter color would. Okay, getting there. That works, okay. Next, is gonna be this one. Let's see how this one behaves. Okay, the light purple works there. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. Okay. Just a reminder to anyone who is new here or dropping in only now. I am currently running a Donothon for a replacement graphics tablet. In other words, the tablet that I'm using to actually do the drawing with. Because mine is several years old, scratched to pieces so that I can hardly see through the screen, and starting to get a little bit temperamental. So it is very, very close to end of life, and drawing is my only source of income. So if you can assist in helping me afford to get a replacement unit, that would go greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. If we somehow manage to exceed the Donothon goal and manage to double it, we will actually also be able to afford to buy a second laptop that we can use to move all of the streaming hardware onto, or the streaming software onto, so that the graphics capacity can be used for things like Blender and not falling over every time I hit the save button. And it'll also mean then that I will be able to expand the content options because of mobility as well. So that'll mean I'll be able to do things like cooking streams or things from around about the treadmill area. So that can be interesting and fun as well, and give us a little bit more mobility and the ability to work if I am not necessarily at home, which is also nice. So if you guys are feeling generous and have the means to be able to assist, that would go greatly, greatly appreciated. It is not mandatory. If you are here, you don't absolutely have to donate, but it does help quite a lot, because my art is my only income source at the moment, and I am not hireable. I am not hireable, really, in other industries. So if you are able to assist, that would go greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. If you don't want to necessarily donate, but you'd like to get something from me for you, my commissions are open. You'll find the link to my VGen in the bottom of my screen, and also in the Twitch panels and in the video description on YouTube side. So I can make stuff for you as well. Just be mindful that commissions are daily living expenses and do not count towards the Donathon goal. But every little bit helps keep the lights on and the home fires burning, as it were. So if you have the means, I would appreciate it, but if you don't, please don't feel guilty. We do what we can. We do what we can. We've got a couple of interesting goals to reach regarding expansions and upgrades that I've been meaning to do to my own model for quite a while, but also some interesting and cool things that we've been planning to add to our roster. I have some interesting concepts that I really want to do, and if we can reach the goals, then it at least gives me an incentive to say, okay, I can't procrastinate on them indefinitely, because quote-unquote people have paid to see this thing happen. So if you can, it would go greatly appreciated, but once again, if you can't, please don't feel guilty. But please bring your friends. There we go. That's that one. Actually, having a shine on this side does not make sense, but having a little bit of that underlight does. Was it standing up? Okay, then number next. Something along those lines, yes. Something like that, yes. Okay. Now we grab this one. No? Here, what we're going to do is we're just going to erase on that side. There we go. And here, there we go. Okay, happy there. Happy there, happy there. Okay, next. Solid 3. Okay, this is the one that looks like a knife. The one that looks like a knife. Okay. Like, it legitimately looks like a knife. Okay. There we go. All right. Getting there, getting there, getting there. Now, this one is going to be very interesting to shape. Wow. It's going to start with... Let's just start. I hope you guys can see what I'm doing because I am struggling. I am using my OBS preview to be able to see contrasts because it's difficult. There we go, starting to get there. And let's flip this over. Okay. It's getting there, it's getting there. It's looking rendered. But it definitely looks wrong if it's not this way around. There's just something about the amber eye on the wrong side that just does not work. Save button. Save button is in order. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. And let's see. It is still processing, yes. Number next. Okay. Now, I just got to give Teo a little bit of a shout out on this one because basically the instruction I got was can we put Teo in a goth dress? And basically I got full creative license with that briefing. So basically everything from stylistic options to hairstyle, I got creative license and just got told, yeah, mate, put it in your style, go for it, basically. Which was kind of fun. Yeah, so the initial briefing was the goth dress, like what was seen in a recent RimWorld campaign. But when I looked at it and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't plagiarizing, I decided to take it, manipulate it a little bit, and then add a couple of warrior elements in the sense of the pauldron and the jewelry, so it became less goth and more war queen. And then made adaptations for feet and the open thighs for the purpose of VTubers apparently liking open thighs. And also apparently Teo likes wearing as little clothing as possible because it just gets in the way. So there is that small minor detail. So this is really good for mobility. while still pretending to be, you know, formal-ish. So yeah, the pauldrons with the little jewel chains seem to make more sense to me than, like, normal people jewelry. So that was the idea that we rolled with. And considering that we are going for a later timeline tale, we also wanted to include the mechanical arm. So a version came together, which at the moment we can hardly see because I've got various iterations stacked on top of each other, and I see that it's not clipping properly. That's fine. I will adjust accordingly when I get to drawing those layers. Yeah, it's all coming together nicely. Lots still to refine, but we are slowly but certainly getting there. Slowly but certainly we are getting there. So far we've only got a little bit of the bodice done, but it's put together in such a way that we'll be able to do our body turns nice and easily. So I've still got to do obviously quite a bit in terms of the outfit, but we'll get back to that. At least in terms of our initial briefing, I'm pretty happy that we managed to get something interesting. So we are almost done with this front here. Ow. No. And now let's add our highlight over here. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting to get let loose with, here's the basic gist of the character, make it your own. And just getting let loose with it. Which is a level of creative trust that I am very humbled by. Like, we've had a couple of teeny tiny revisions, but they're literally teeny tiny revisions. That looks better. That looks better. It just needed that little bit of dark on that side as well. Just to give it some contour. Okay. Now we just need to do the hairline still. And I think I need one more thing. Because when I do head turns, I don't think that the sideburns are going to have enough meat to them. Or the side dangles. I think it's this one, yeah. can get away with stretching it a little. I can get away with stretching that a little on the head too. I can get away with stretching it a little on the head too, that's fine. So now what we need is a duplicate, and this is going to be hairline, hairline key, clear, okay. And that's going to be behind everything. Let me just show sideburns. I'll just need to make sure that that does not poke out. Okay, and duplicate. So this one hairline S. Clear it. Sideburn 1. And what I want to do is I'll just want to cheat here. Is that line. Symmetry ruler off. Hide the sideburns. Hide the fourth side. Grab that. Begone. There we go. This image right here should be a toggle. It's so goofy right now without the hair. Yeah. Egg mode is a popular goofy toggle. Sunghoon, is that actually you? Not the Sunghoon you're thinking of. Not the Sunghoon you're thinking of. Probably, anyway. I tried. Wow. To see this actually happening in real time. Wow. Wow. You have my sympathies there. Oh my word. Oh my word. I tried. I tried to defer it. Oh. Alas. The avian alien was not strong enough to prevent. The misunderstanding was sprouting for a moment. Yeah. Let's just keep it civil, guys. But yes, we have had a running conversation earlier in the stream where the unfortunate nature of having the same name as a popular K-pop idol and having a eerily similar appearance, while not being exact, can lead to a great number of frustrating misunderstandings. It's all good as long as you are mindful. Okay, I think having those are definitely going to assist in helping bridge the gap. How does that actually work? Yeah? Yes, that hairline works, that hairline works, that hairline works. Okay, cool. Cool beans. This is gonna work, this is gonna work. Hide that, hide that, hide that. Okay. Port side. Come over here. Swatch. I looked in the mirror and looked like some human as a kid and normal. Oh dear. Is that after the haircut now? Oh dear. I just think it's hilarious right now. Oh no. Oh. Look, you can always flip it around and say the idol looks like you. I mean, he could be so lucky. Right? Now, I've had a great number of encounters with people who have an eerily similar appearance to a couple of famous people, and that sort of flip of the rhetoric of who looks like who can sometimes be a little bit of an icebreaker in terms of breaking tension. I've never laughed so hard. Oh. Laughing is good. Laughing is good. Alright. Okay, I'm happy. I'm happy with the shape. I'm happy with the shape of the hair. Front hair, collapse, head, show, hair back in place. Okay. I'm happy with that save button. I'm happy with that save button, save button, save button. Okay. Now what I'm gonna do... Wow, I've worked on this canvas for 17 hours already. Yo, okay. Right. That's the one thing I haven't done yet. That's the one thing I haven't done yet. Symmetry ruler. Head, eyes, eye shine. Let's go with... This needs to be... we've still got to do the lashes. We've still got to do the lashes rendering. Gasp, I can't miss that. And we've still got to do the eyebrows rendering. Gasp, can't miss that. That would be bad. Very, very bad. Okay, so let's start with the eye shine. And let's grab our red as our contrast color. Kind of lead that. And what I'm going to do is go add glow. Like so. There we go. Like that. Grab that. There we are. I'm going to make this smaller. There we go. There we go. So in terms of our eye shine, that will work. Whether I actually use both or not is to be seen. But what we can then do is we can grab the lower one and we can go cut, paste, and call this one 2, this one 1. Clear that selection. Okay. Now, lashes. Lashes, lashes, lashes. Grab all of them, lock opacity. Let's hide lash detail. Grab this color. Start with that. Grab black. Okay, flash up. And just soften this into the appropriate color there so that it blends nicely. Yeah. Is that... that looks like a transparency error. Oh, yes, it is in fact a transparency error. Okay, which I could not see because the screen is blurry. Okay, try again. Okay, that works on that side. Now, what I want to do is I want to add over here no, I'm going to use am I going to use I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to add another layer in between. To do this. Down. And we can see another transparency error. How many more of these are there? That ought to cover us, I think. Okay. Now over here, we're gonna just no. Not black. Transparency. We want alpha here. Okay. That works there. Lock opacity. Take away the symmetry ruler. Grab that. Turn it. Like so. On that, reduce opacity to 50. Okay. So we've just got a little bit of appropriate color eye upshine. And what I'm going to do is going to go lash upshine. And just make sure invert delete that it's only applied there. So if I go select like that, okay, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. Symmetry ruler's back on, yes, okay. Come back here. Let's grab that blue. And lock opacity. It would help if I paid attention to where I've got those things. That'll do, that'll do. That'll work. Okay. And I will deform the bottom of those lashes so that they don't cross over those when we do the blinks. Okay. Then lash out. That is going to require this color. Let's just hide the lash up for a moment. And then lash low. This should still be that color, yes. We're just going to get a little bit of warmth on the inside there. Yes, 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 yes. Grab you again. Like that. Nope. There we go, there we go, there we go. No, I don't. I actually don't like that at all. Ew. It looks like I've got the looks like I'm cutting it strangely. Let's just get rid of everything that I just did there. Okay. Perfect is the enemy of good. It is good now. There is enough detail and information there. So now the last thing I need to do is eyebrows. So here what we need is multiply. Firstly, click down. There we go, and grab that color, add a glow, there we go. There we go. Nice, we're getting there, we're getting there. And with that, I think we are finally got everything in place to pull this into life. Yeah, but that is not going to happen this day because this day is rapidly reaching its end. And I've got another long shift ahead of me. In the day shift tomorrow, it is just about 11 UTC, 11 PM UTC, so 2300 hours UTC, approximately. 5 past, well, on the hour is the same everywhere. But we've made amazing, amazing, amazing progress. So I am happy. I am happy. You sound like you're from Africa. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Save button. Save button. Now, there were a few minor South Africanisms that did creep their way into my speech. Although I don't actually use that many South Africanisms in terms of my typical speech patterns. There are a few that snuck in. Cheeky! Looking pretty good. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We have indeed gotten much, much done today. Teo's not here, is he? South Africa, probably? Once again, you're not wrong. But where I'm from and where I am, are they the same? No one knows. Don't tell Teo. Sneaky ponytail. Teo doesn't know what's going in there yet. Don't tell him. But yes, happy. Progress has been made. Then, yeah, I will render those 3 layers. I'll render those 3 layers at another stage, but I'll be able to at least import the head into Light 2D soon. I like how you said, like, it's a mystery that can't be solved. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing with VTubing, right? We are essentially trying to keep some barriers of privacy up. One for maintaining personal safety, and also for suspension of disbelief, I believe is the term, where you kind of have a little bit of a fantasy element going on. So yeah, you don't necessarily want to blatantly say, yes, I'm in this state, or I'm in this country, or I'm in this town. Like, if you're telling people which town you're in, you are very, very brave, because there are crazy people who will do terrible, terrible things to you if they find you, if you're a famous person. So I do try to keep that a little bit to myself. I was testing, just so you know, but you passed it, say, but A, awesomeness. Awesomeness, awesomeness, awesomeness. Mwahaha. Yes. Yeah. Presently, I'm a resident of Fort Misthaven in the Mist March. So, if you can find it, good luck. Good luck finding it the second time, too. Wowee. Once you vanish into a portal, good luck knowing where you're going. That's a nice thing about having lore. You can kind of just make up a place and put yourself there. It's another advantage of using a fictional character as your face to interact with the world. You can pick whatever and just roll with it. Yeah, okay, I'm happy. I am going to leave this here for today, because otherwise I am going to melt my brain. I like tasting VTubers, but most of them didn't pass. Yeah, a lot of yeah, there are a lot of casual ones who won't necessarily keep up the walls that high, especially when it's smaller content creators like myself. We don't necessarily always think, okay, we are at risk of being stalked. But that's not necessarily true. So you never know who happens to be one of his lurkers out there. So it really is, regardless of your audience size, being mindful is generally a good idea. So yeah. It's also another reason why, for a bunch of things that happen IRL, I try not to give too much information about what exactly is happening that is in my immediate vicinity, or events I've gone to, or things like that, because all of those tend to give away location information. And even though someone who is malicious and determined enough can find anyone without too much trouble, yeah, that malice is terrifying. It gets less than fun. So yeah, you some who know, you know, probably more intimately than a great many of us here, just how scary things can get. So yeah, you get it. It's not cool. So we try to preserve what we can. But yeah, if ever you are looking for a VTuber model, you can also check out for yourself to, you know, give yourself a little bit of that barrier. You can check out my VGen. You can check out my VGen. I would like a VTuber son in the lineup as well, please. Yeah, I actually draw guys more readily than gals. Actually, it's just most of my clientele so far have been of the female variety. Wild. So yeah, but so it goes. So it goes. Oh yeah. I wanted to show you guys. Remember how I said right in the beginning of the stream? Maybe some of you were here, maybe some of you were not. But right up in the beginning of the stream, I mentioned how Teo let me create a Tigran character for my patrol unit in Port Misthaven. Do you guys remember that? I want to introduce you guys. To my Tigran in Fort Misthaven. I want to introduce you guys. You have actually seen him already in my starting soon screen. You've seen him in my starting soon screen. He has had a minor design update since then. So, I do need to update that animation just a teeny tiny little bit. But, may I introduce you to a new Misthaven character. You've seen hints of him about, but meet Kai. This is Kai. He is our own Tigran here in Fort Misthaven. He's part of the Paladin division in my unit, so he is a tankier build character in Fort Misthaven, and I think he's got a lot of interesting stuff going on in the back end. I was busy trying to run away from the crowd, so that was why I was like, no, don't worry about it. Everyone's got their own stuff going on in life, so I don't ever blame anyone for ever being late for things. It happens. I love him. Yeah, I really like how he came out as well. He's got a bunch of interesting details going on. So a lot of lore crafting went into making sure that he is lore accurate to the Tigran culture as well. So I can never remember. Does Teo pronounce it Tigran or Tigran? I think he says Tigran. Anyway, so there are a couple of minor things that you might notice that are a little bit similar to Teo as well. And that is entirely intentional. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing more of Kai over the next coming months and weeks as I continue working on my own projects in the back end. So look forward to that. You'll notice there are a couple of minor anatomical differences from Teo as well, which is actually a completely normal thing for male Tigran as well. So that's kind of cool. I get to draw paws! Yay! Very busy running, got my exercise in. Oh dear. Yeah, the exercise is a helpful side effect, I guess. The exercise is a helpful side effect, if nothing else. We're looking for bright sides in all scenarios here. We're looking for all the bright sides. You gotta look for the bright sides. If you can't laugh about it, then you're gonna cry. Oh, but yeah. So, I wanted to introduce you guys to him now that we're finally drawing a Teo model. I wanted to finally introduce you to the first Misthaven Tigran. Officially. So look forward to encountering him more in things that we go through. So his first introduction was here in our starting screen. It is, you know, I'm just showing the screen now just for your guys' sake, but while we're here, we've got two characters that we can see. We've got Tarn the dragon and Lamil, who is sitting on his back with an unknown person draped unconscious there beside him. Then flying next to me is Lark as well. The next group that swings by in a couple of seconds is going to be the next group that swings by in a couple of seconds. That should be Brock and Aspen. Yes, it's Brock and Aspen. The only actual human in the group and a literal tree. So Aspen is a literal tree. Casually. She's fun. Then lastly we have our monster wrangling trio of Kai and Ebony and Cherith, who are going to be beating up a interesting T-Rex crocodile octopus thing. Yes. So yeah, you only see Kai for like one frame in this loop, but he's there. You've seen him, and yeah, you could get an idea. So we have managed to get some brief introductions in place, and I'm kind of really happy about that. And we have some other cool ideas that are coming. So once again, I am still working on a whole bunch of writing things to get to. I'm still working on a whole bunch of writing things to get to be able to actually do some more story-based content with all of the Misthaven characters, and I'm really, really, really looking forward to it. I've just not had brain juice for it, basically, lately, because a lot has been going on between preparing for the Donathon and preparing for a whole bunch of stuff happening IRL. It has been a little bit of a challenge to find a minute here or there to actually sit down and add a sentence to my plot. But when I have had the opportunity to and the brain juice to actually get something down, I have been trying to write it down. It gets interesting between the hours of 3 and 5 in the morning. I will not jest. It gets really interesting there. The brain gets a little bit crazy in the, not exactly this place all the time, but yeah, you try to make every moment that is functionally plausible productive in a way that goes good places. So yes, I am still working on the writing. I do really sincerely wish I had the means to be able to hire a writer in to help with that. But oh, that's a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let's take a sip. Because like I've got the bullet points down. I have the bullet points down all the way from opening of the plot to the ending of the plot. But actually writing the prose in between is just, I've not got the brain capacity at the moment, and I do wish I had the means to hire a writer to assist with that. I do want to only make use of the services of human beings if I'm going to be doing anything creative. If I need help with things, I want to hire actual humans. Or asterisk VTubers, asterisk supposed organic life forms. Supposed organic life forms. Not necessarily, you know, generative bots. I do not like those at all, so I really don't want to make use of those in any way, shape, or form. And yeah, so hence it's taking me a bit more time than what some people who would make those compromises would possibly be able to churn out, but I do think that making use of the human creativity will make for something better. So we plug away at it. I am still debating in terms of actual formatting if I'm going to try and make the narrative have an actual distinct main character at this point, or if I'm going to have a character arc that is an introductory arc for basically every member of our cast in some way, shape, or form. Just give us an idea of what each character is about before the plot actually starts getting really deep in the meat, and then each character kind of falls into their appropriate place. I don't know if such a omniscient overview is maybe too much. I mean, I know that sort of writing has existed in the past. This non-main character centric writing, I do know it has existed. And in the case of Misthaven, I'm kind of leaning into it because I do not feel like I, Harrier, am main character material all the time. I really sincerely feel like sometimes I'm just so supporting cast. Like, wow! So I do feel like I would probably find a non-main character centric plot that's not the same POV the whole time, to be maybe a little bit, if not, okay, maybe not necessarily easier to follow, but definitely more effective for Misthaven itself. Because there are going to be, there is a relatively large cast, considering that Patrol Unit 46 does contain 10 people in its registered roster. So, it is a lot of people, and I feel like, just like in a gacha game, you're not necessarily going to care for every particular person's stories, but if I can manage to get it written in such a way that, okay, you can focus in on the people that you particularly care about, then I feel like that would maybe be a more intellectual property serving way of sharing the information. Like, I don't want to do the same thing where you've got the exact same events happening, but you see it from a whole bunch of different perspectives, because that can get a little bit boring and repetitive. But I do think that there are arcs where certain people take center stage and certain people basically don't appear. And I think if I can somehow make use of that in a clever way that makes you actually care about each person to at least a group extent, even if there's maybe smaller groups within Unit 46, and then maybe each subgroup has its main character, who is basically the face of the group, then maybe something interesting will work out on that way. I think it can be interesting. It all just depends on how I can actually execute. Because one needs to be careful when you're dealing with such a huge group of people. I mean, there needs to be enough distinction between the characters that it's not all the same grey blob, just with a different flavoring on top. While also not being unnecessarily annoying, because it's just, I am not a person, I am a collection of tropes in a plastic bag. That is also not what I want to do. So, it is taking a little bit of time to make sure that I'm building everyone appropriately and fleshing them out before we actually get into proper prose, so that when we do the adaptations for all of the different types of media that I'm thinking about doing for this, that it actually works out. So, yes, at one point I do want to actually make some things where I'm going to definitely need help from other people to be able to actually produce it. But until such time, I am just trying to get as much of the actual plot IP details down and in a format that can, from that point, get put into various media, because cross-media, I think, is the way to handle this IP very much. In the sense that not everyone is going to want to read a light novel, not everyone is going to want to read a comic, not everyone is going to want to watch a dubbed comic on a YouTube video or a YouTube short. So there are options. There are options for how things are going to pan out. Not everyone is going to want to listen to audio drama, even. So I want to make sure that I have the same story available in multiple formats, basically. You've just heard spoilers, all formats that I'm very, very strongly investigating as soon as I can get the narrative to work for it. So that's where I'm aiming towards with Miss Taven. And when it comes anything with sound involved, I'm going to need voice actors. You've been warned. So we'll see what happens when we get there. But yeah. Yeah, you got a whole bunch of lore spoilers now. If you like it, please consider donating so that I can actually draw things for it later. Please and thank you. Yes, sorry, I have to plug, unfortunately. The Donothon is only going to last so long, and I would very, 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 very much like to not have to beg forever. I hate asking for money with a burning passion. So any assistance would be really, really grand, but once again, only if you can. Well, that all being said, I have to love and leave you for this day. It has been a long one. We have been streaming for just over 5 hours. We got a lot done. Tomorrow, we are probably going to get back to work on Cheeky again. And I've also got that your character here, PNG tuber that is in the queue, that is waiting for me to start, and I need to get that going as well. So that's probably going to open up the stream, and then we're going to dive into Cheeky again. That's probably what's going to happen. I can immediately tell I'm not going to be able to work on body layers on Cheeky tomorrow, because I've still got website work that I'm doing. I'm still working on websites. There are only so many daylight hours that I have available for that. So it is something that is a little bit of an all-consuming monster at the moment. We are about 60% of the way through building that website, but there's still a lot of copy that needs to be put in place and edited, and some custom graphics made, which I'm in charge of, obviously. Family businesses, yay! When you've got an in-house graphic person and in-house illustrator, you kind of make use of it, so yeah. What business this is, you're not gonna find out. You're not gonna find out. I will make sure that the illustrations are not in my usual style, so good luck finding out. Yeah, no, don't go hunting, please. Don't go hunting, please. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Yeah. But yeah, so fun times ahead. I am pretty much foreseeing that as soon as that takes off, I am going to be a stranger to sleep. I am so going to be a stranger to sleep. It's going to be insane. So we will see how things adapt, and there may be weeks in the future where I will not be able to do certain streams in preparation and anticipation of things that are going to be happening on the family business side of things, because I'm very, very, very well may get roped into some of that work as well. Freelancer life. You do what you gotta do, right? But this is still primarily going to be my major focus, no matter what. I do assure you of that for the foreseeable future, this is pretty much my only gig. And I would very much like to stay doing this for as long as possible, because I think it is probably the one thing that I have both an aptitude for and actually kind of enjoy like a lot. So I would very much like to be able to continue doing this kind of work and being able to stream for you guys while I do it. Yeah. I don't think I would enjoy this work quite so much if I weren't able to stream it, because it can get very, very lonely when you're doing a whole bunch of NDA work. But for all things there are workarounds, for all things there are ways that you can still maintain connections with people out the world. So we'll see what happens in the future, but just wanted to let you guys know in advance that yes, there may be things that might interrupt the regular programming on the odd occasion. And it is almost guaranteed to hover around weekends. Like, almost guaranteed to hover around weekends. Like, if there is a once in a blue moon thing that happens in the week, which will affect my usual streaming schedule, I will let you guys know in advance, because I will know in advance. At least a week in advance, I will know. So, yeah. Madness is on the horizon. Well, madness is already clawing at my door, but it's something that is, kind of... The creative chaos is not limited to just the illustrations and all of the things that I'm busy doing. There is creative chaos happening outside of my office door as well. So yeah, as soon as I walk out that door behind me over there, yeah, there is more chaos than what we see inside. It's fun. It's fun though. It's fun though. But with all of that said, I'm going to love and leave you all. Thank you so much for joining me this day. We got a lot done, and I'm really, really grateful for that. Is there anything else? Is there anything else that I can think of that I forgot to just speak about, and that is important to mention? Let me just one last check over here. I just want to make sure. Yes. If you are on X Twitter, then you will find somewhere on my page there is a poll regarding whether or not I ought to delete waiting room links that I've made, waiting room posts that I've linked 48 hours or more after I've actually streamed a thing. Please weigh in. There's like 14 hours left to vote on that. If you have a X Twitter account, then you can please weigh in on that, because I am indecisive and I feel like I need input. And I feel like half of my feed is just clatter from making these posts about when I'm streaming. So yeah, if you can look at that, please do. I also strongly encourage, if you're not already, please and you are on YouTube, please consider liking, following, subscribing, all of that madness. It helps a lot. I am just under halfway through the requirements that I need to be able to reach monetization on YouTube, at which point a whole bunch of other cool, interesting things can happen as well, and it also helps relieve the pressure on me a little bit with commissions. Not that I'm going to be slowing down in a hurry, but just it does help. So every little bit counts. So I appreciate you guys all for spending your time with me. I know that your time is the most precious thing you have to offer, so I really, 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 really sincerely appreciate it. And I hope that we can continue to enjoy interesting conversations in future. And yes, with that, my brain has completely run out of all things useful. The sparks have run dim. And yes, the insulation has fried, and I am now mush. I am now alien mush. I am alien bird mush, and I now need sleep and something to chow on. I need nibbles. I need the nibbles before bed. So thank you once again. Enjoy the rest of your day. If it is early in the morning for you, hope you have a good day further. If your day is winding down, I hope you rest well when you get to it. And until next time, everyone, thank you so much, and cheery bye.